Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend tonight's City Council meeting. For the record, it's October 17th, 2024, and the time is 6:30 p.m. I'll begin with the roll call, so Council, when I call your name, please say here or present. Mayor Maxton.
Here.
And Council Member Stroop.
Here.
Roden.
Here.
Olvera.
Here.
Kerner.
Here.
Parker.
Present.
And Menchow is not present. With 6 members of council present, a quorum is declared.
And thank you, Christina. Would everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And a reminder to everybody that's here tonight, we do live broadcast the meeting. Would like to welcome everybody that's attending tonight here in person, and would also like to welcome those that are attending by the live broadcast. I do ask that if you do get an opportunity to speak as part of the meeting, that all comments be made from the podium up here. And the reason for that is that the individuals that are watching us by live broadcast cannot hear the comments if they're made from the seating section over here. And so any comments that need to be a part of the council meeting, please make from the podium. And if you do get an opportunity to speak, I'd ask that you introduce yourself and state whether you're a Fair Oaks Ranch resident or not, or if you're from some company or organization that's here providing information, what organization that you're here from. And with that, we'll continue. Citizens to be heard. We had nobody sign up tonight as part of Citizens to be heard. Is there anybody here tonight that didn't get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak? We did have one resident that provided written comments and asked that they be read as part of the council meeting. These comments came from Al Schmidt. He is a resident of Fair Oaks Ranch. And in his comments, he writes, Mayor, Maxton, and Council. And he asked that please read these before the presentation of agenda item number 10, which is on our agenda tonight. And it's referenced the Corley Tract Water CCN. And he states that his concern is the availability of GBRA water. And he writes, the staff agenda report on the page under the Phase 2 chart states, the remaining reserved amount is adequate to fulfill the water supply agreement commitments. The remaining amount in reserve is also adequate to serve the proposed development and other potential developments over the next decade and beyond. The next decade and beyond doesn't quantify the development growth projections. What is beyond and how long? My concern is whether we have obtained updated water studies based on current and future developments by all surrounding GBRA supplied entities. During my time on the council, ending in 2017, some studies said about 50 years supply. More years have passed since then, and extraordinary growth has occurred now and is planned in Kendall and Comal counties. People's wells have been having to be dug deeper. At a 50-year availability, what happens in year 51? 50 is a very short time unless new supplies are found, for example, with desalination of seawater. Now is the time to reevaluate potential water availability versus the CCNs. Density can and should be modified to reflect current realistic water supplies based on current data. I recommend the Corley Tract CCN decision be delayed until we get official updated 2024 GBRA water availability projections. And signed, thank you, Al Schmidt. And that's all we have for citizens to be heard tonight, and we'll move on to our presentations. And the first presentation that we have up tonight is a proclamation for our municipal court. Ricardo and Maria, would y'all please join me up at the podium? You know, we've done several proclamations, and we highlight certain departments within our city staff. And it's really, one, to identify to all residents that we do have these capabilities and these services that are provided. Why don't y'all come over here so I can see all you hide behind me. That's not a good sign. That all the cities, that we do provide these services in our city. And the second piece is that we want to make people aware of these departments and their responsibilities and the things that they accomplish. And so tonight we're going to honor the week of November 4th through the 8th, which has been identified as Municipal Court Week. And the city of Fair Oaks Ranch does have a municipal court and is run by Judge Daryl Delnick. And I guess y'all couldn't get him to come tonight. But we do have Ricardo Batista that's here tonight, who is our court administrator, and then Maria Pineda that's here tonight, who is our deputy court clerk. And just want to say thank you all for being here tonight, taking time out of your personal time to be here. But we would like to recognize you and highlight you to the residents of Fair Oaks Ranch and all that you do. We do hold court each month, once a month, and actually it's held right here in this room. And I've been here a couple times and it's packed. The municipal court handles all Class C misdemeanors for the traffic and ordinance violations written by all of our Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department. And usually, the times that I've been in here and I've seen the court records, y'all see anywhere from 30 to 50 cases on that one day each month. And usually you knock them out from somewhere between 9 to, I don't know, about noon, maybe 1 in the afternoon. 11, and get them done quicker. I've sat through the proceedings, and one thing that stands out to me is how efficient and streamlined your operations are, and really tells me all of the preparation that y'all put into it to ensure when the day comes that y'all are ready to execute and prepared for the judge and everything that he needs. Over the past year, that you've also eliminated a huge case log that we had been carrying forward, and conducted court in a very extremely and professional manner. I would evaluate the overall performance in the operations of our court operations as, from my perspective, I see it as effective, it's efficient, and it's fair. It's done in a highly professional manner, and you represent the city of Fair Oaks Ranch in an extremely professional way. And I just want to say thanks to y'all for what you do every day. And I know there's a lot more to your job of what y'all carry on, but the court appearance is what really stands out for us. And so we do have a proclamation that I would like to present to you. The city of Fair Oaks Ranch, whereas municipal court plays a significant role in preserving public safety and promoting quality of life in Texas. And whereas more people come into contact with municipal courts than all other Texas courts combined, and public impression of the Texas judicial system is largely dependent upon the public's experience in municipal courts. The city of Fair Oaks Ranch has hosted the Fair Oaks Ranch Municipal Court since 1988. And whereas state law authorizes a municipality to either appoint or elect a municipal judge for a term of office, the Fair Oaks Ranch Municipal Court is a state court, and its judges are members of the state judiciary. And whereas the procedures of the Fair Oaks Ranch Municipal Court operations are set forth in the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures and other laws of the state of Texas, and whereas the city of Fair Oaks Ranch is committed to the notion that our legal system is based on the principle that an independent, fair, and competent judiciary will interpret and apply the laws that govern us, and that judges and court personnel should comply with the law and act in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. And whereas the City Council recognizes that the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas contain procedural safeguards in criminal cases for all defendants, including defendants, and supports the Fair Oaks Ranch Municipal Court in complying with such legal requirements. So today, now and therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, Texas, that the week of November 4th through the 8th, 2024, is hereby recognized as the Municipal Court Week in recognition of the fair and the impartial justice offered to our citizens by the Municipal Court of the City of Fair Oaks Ranch. So thank you all very much. Can we give them You got to get a picture. Thanks, Casey. Well, thank y'all for being here. Are y'all going to stick around for the whole meeting? No. No. Next up tonight, we have a special presentation on the agenda tonight. Joe Dumanel is here. Joe Dumanel is a resident of Fair Oaks Ranch, but he's also the president of the Trinity Glen Rose Groundwater Conservation District, and tonight he's here to talk about the district.
Great, thank you, Mayor, Council, neighbors. Happy to be here. And this is just going to be an overall update of what we've been doing and who. We're not going to get in depth on any issue, I promise. If we do, I may have to reach out for my lifeline. Just kind of starting overall big picture. There are 9 major aquifers in the state of Texas and 22 minor aquifers. The Trinity Aquifer is one of those 9 major aquifers that extends across much of central and northeast part of Texas, and it's composed of several smaller aquifers contained within that large aquifer Trinity group. They are known in different parts of the state as either the Antlers, the Glen Rose, the Palaxy, the Twin Mountains, Travis Peak, Hensel, or Houston aquifers, but they're all part of the Trinity group. The total outcrop area for the Trinity Aquifer is 10,692 square miles, and it is within 61 counties in the state of Texas. The subsurface area is 21,308 square miles. 88% of the Trinity Aquifer falls within the jurisdiction of a groundwater conservation district. The Trinity Glen Rose Groundwater Conservation District was created in 2001 and is one of 100 or so groundwater districts, conservation districts in Texas. Our mission is to conserve, preserve, and protect the precious resource, groundwater, within the district boundaries. We don't operate within a vacuum. As I said, there are about 100 groundwater districts, and they are divided into 16 groundwater management areas. And we happen to be in groundwater management area number 9. The other members of our groundwater management area 9, as you can imagine, are our neighboring groundwater districts, and they're listed in this slide on the right side. This area was designated as a priority area, a priority groundwater management area. And by definition, that means that they expect, they're either experiencing or they expect to experience a critical groundwater problems within the next 50 years. Now, as a member of GMA 9, the Trinity Glen Rose participates in joint planning that keeps that in mind and that defines the desired future conditions for the region. This process of desired future condition occurs every 5 years, and we're in the process of that right now for the next cycle. I don't want to get a whole lot of detail about desired future conditions, first of all, because I couldn't talk to you about it in detail, but it is an all-day seminar if you want to get. Just to give you an idea of the boundaries, the counties are involved in groundwater management area number 9. You can see that little small sliver in northern Bexar County. That is the Trinity Glen Rose Groundwater Conservation District. Our neighbors to the north, Cow Creek and Comal Trinity in Comal County. Zero in a little bit on the district. We do extend, where everything in northern Bexar County, north of 1604 to the county line, we extend into Kendall County and Comal County within the city limits of Fair Oaks Ranch. That's by legislative act. Our area includes Alamo Ranch, Helotes, Gray Forest, Government Canyon, Fair Oaks Ranch, Camp Bullis, Camp Stanley, Timberwood Park, Stone Oak. So as you can tell, a lot of our area is very densely populated, urbanized area. We've got our board is now, it's a very robust board. Starting with Precinct 1, Stuart Birnbaum. He's been contributing as a board member now since 2020, I believe. He's an emeritus associate professor in the Department of Geological Sciences at UTSA. So he brings a lot of expertise to our board. While he was there, he conducted research in sedimentology and microbial geochemistry. I can't even say it, much less know what it is. Precinct 3, Steve Peterson, one of our newer members, was appointed to fill a vacant position. He is a retired police officer. Most recently, he served as the Director of Neighborhood Engagement and Military Affairs for the City of San Antonio Council District 10. Precinct 4, Joe Silman. Before he retired, he focuses business consulting with water, electric, and gas utilities. In addition to his duties on the Trinity Glen Rose Board, he also serves as the president of the Stone Oak POA Board of Directors. Katrina, also a new board member. Katrina Waring Castillo has over 25 years in information technology, leadership, data management, program management, and application development. And then there's me. I represent Precinct 2, which is where Fair Oaks Ranch is in. It stretches over, covers most of Gray Forest, Government Canyon. Geographically, it's the largest district, but Government Canyon is a big part of that. So there's not very many people living in Government Canyon. I hate to say it, but I have close to 50 years of experience in infrastructure management and development. Spent the first 20 years of my life as a uniformed member of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And since then, I've been dealing with public infrastructure in both the public and private sector. I'm very proud to be the mayor. When I came in tonight, he asked me how much longer I'm going to be the president of the board. And I said, they don't give me a choice. Every time we have an election, they keep electing me. So I guess, but I'm very proud. This is a very good board, and we have gotten a lot accomplished with this group of people. But the real people that do all the work is our only two employees. Amanda, who's here with me tonight, Amanda Malakas, replaced longtime General Manager George Wisman earlier this year. I don't know, George just finally decided he was going to retire. She has a vast amount of experience in the groundwater world and has hit the ground running, and I mean running. She's here tonight, and if you ask any hard questions, I'm going to have to turn the microphone over to her. Emily, many of y'all may know Emily, was promoted to administrative manager and became a full-time employee in the transition of Amanda into the general manager position. They do a lot of work. They keep the board straight. I really can't express how much I appreciate their work. So what have we been doing? As I said, we were formed in 2001, and of course we wrote our rules and all that stuff. For the first time since 2001, we took basically a a zero up look at our rules. And so we updated our rules. We took a lot of stuff out there that needs to be in our bylaws versus rules. We went through that process, and I believe it took close to 18 months, 2 years, to get it all done and accomplished, conducting the public hearings and all that. I'm very proud that we've now got a set of rules that I think are consistent with today, but also consistent with our neighboring groundwater districts. During that rules amendment, we were putting together, or we established a permitting process, updated our permitting process, And of course, we've gone through some operational changes in leadership. One of our biggest accomplishments was the establishment of a database and interactive map. We now don't have to go flipping through file drawers or looking at Excel spreadsheets to try to get information. And there is a link on our website, I think it's there, that the public can go and look at information, not the personal information, but can see information about what's going on with well levels, all that kind of stuff throughout the district. A huge achievement, and Amanda and of course Katrina with her database management really spearheaded that effort. We have doubled down our effort in locating and dealing with abandoned wells. Abandoned wells are nothing more than conduits for pollution into the aquifer. So the more abandoned wells that we can find and we can plug, the better off we're going to do as far as protecting the water quality of our. We are a very active and participating member of the Camp Bullis Sentinel Landscape Program. Amanda chairs one of the committees, the water level study committees and other things. As I mentioned, we're in now the fourth round of DSC planning. If you're ever interested in hearing that, finding out more about that, let me know and I can, the GMA 9 has a joint planning meeting committee about quarterly, and that's where all the work gets done. Anytime anybody's interested in what's going on in the district, we have our annual report online for anybody and everybody to look at. And I think it's very well produced and it's easy reading. We've made every effort to make it easy reading for the public. Just wanted to give you a little bit of a snapshot of wells, our monitor wells. If you look at this thing, the red line, if you can't read it, is the Ralph Fair well, and I believe that's one operated by the Farrell Trans Utility. All I can say in this one is you can tell which way they're going. They're going down. And we watch this almost on a daily basis. But it's interesting to know that you can't really look at one well because of the fractured nature of the Trinity Aquifer. You may have one well, an individual well that's doing fine, and 200 yards away, the neighbor's well is sucking mud. It's just the way the geology of the, but we do, this gives us a overall health of the district. Based on the information that we discussed this morning at our board meeting, we did go to stage 3, and we will adjust as we're all praying for rain. Where do we use water? As you can see, the large amount of the water that's produced in the district is public water supply. And that's good. That's a great beneficial use. The irrigation is the other one now. Obviously, part of that public water supply usage is people watering their yards. But the irrigation that we're talking about there is major, like golf courses, recreational areas, stuff like that. And then the other categories are quarries, agricultural. Obviously, we don't have a lot of agricultural use in northern Bexar County. But about 20%, 20% of our usage we have to call exempt because we don't really have information on those wells. And that's a plea that I'd like to make to the citizens of Farrell Trench. We'd love to get every well registered. It's free to register. We're not going to monitor your well, but if we have your well in a database, if we have everybody's well in a database, that gives us a better understanding of how many straws are into the aquifer. And there are some people that just don't want to register because they think we're gonna start controlling their water usage. We don't have the authority to do that, but we would really love to have all the wells registered. And then when you call and ask us about information, we have easy access to know what well you're talking about. Probably the main reason I'm here tonight is to address the council and my fellow citizens, is to highlight the exemplary management of the available water resources within Fair Oaks Ranch. As you know, there are two water sources, the Trinity and then the GBRA water. The enabling statute of our district, establishing the district, has specific language that says if the city of Fair Oaks Ranch uses 50% or more surface water, they're exempt from our fees, which right now are $40 per acre foot. They have been meeting or exceeding that now for several years. The 1 year that I remember that they didn't, they were off a few percentage points. People may have noticed a line item on their utility bill. I think mine was 89 cents a month, because the utility has to pass that on down to the customer. But it just doesn't happen by accident. This is a conscious effort by the utility to blend and distribute that water to make this happen, and to make maximum use out of the water that the city is buying from GBRA. Probably the person we work most closely with in the city is Kelsey Delgado, and I really want to thank her for all the help that she gives us, providing us information when we need it, and she's always at our board meetings, so she's very in tune with what's going on. That is, in a nutshell, is all I have tonight. If you have any simple questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Anybody else here tonight have any questions?
Good, thank you.
Well, thank you, Joe. Thank you for being here tonight. And Amanda, thank you also for joining in and coming to our meeting.
I'm gonna hang around for a little while.
The third item that we have on the agenda tonight for presentations is the recognition of the Employee of the Quarter. I'll turn this over to Joanna.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. All right. So my name is Joanna Merrill. I'm the Director of Human Resources and Communications here at the city. And tonight I am very thrilled to announce that our Q4 Employee of the Quarter recipient for the months of July, August, and September of this year is our Interim Lieutenant Alexander Willis. If you would come stand up here next to me, sir. So Lieutenant Willis was nominated by his peers for exemplifying and demonstrating exceptional leadership during a critical time for the police department. When his team needed him, someone to step up and fill in a crucial leadership role within the organization, Lieutenant Willis did so without hesitation and without an unwavering dedication to leading with a servant heart. He has not only embraced the challenges that have come his way when stepping into a new role, but he has also motivated and supported his colleagues to excel in their roles through his own ability to be decisive and find innovative solutions to arising challenges. His invaluable leadership and guidance through this transition has really just been instrumental to the police department thus far. One of the nominees wrote, and I quote, "Lieutenant Willis's dedication and bravery far exceed his normal duties, and his commitment has made a profound impact on both the department and the community. His leadership is an example we all aspire to, and we are grateful for his unwavering service." So throughout this quarter, Lieutenant Willis has demonstrated that exceptional commitment to the well-being and development of his own team members, always prioritizing their needs and ensuring that everyone felt valued and heard. And his ability to foster a collaborative environment has been instrumental to the city and to the community. So please join me in congratulating Lieutenant Alexander Willis on his well-deserved recognition. I almost forgot the best part. Wait, you don't go yet. The amazing plaque that he'll get to put up in his office. Perfect.
Well, congratulations and thank you, Joanna. That completes the present. You saw an opportunity, yes. Well, that completes the presentations that we had on the agenda for tonight, and we'll move on to our consent agenda. We have, I believe it was 3 items on the consent agenda tonight. First is the approval of the September 19th, 2024 regular City Council meeting minutes. Second, approval of a resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase order with Innovation Network Technologies for backup appliance. And third, approval of a resolution authorizing the execution of an agreement with M12 Enterprise Solutions, LLC for on-call pavement marking services. Is there any council member that would like to remove an item from consent to consideration? Could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Scott
Second.
and Emily. With a motion on the table to approve this consent agenda, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to our consideration items. We have 2 consideration items on the agenda tonight. First is the consideration and the possible action approving a resolution to incorporate an 80.69 acre parcel of land located at 29580 Ralph Fair Road, a portion of the Corley Track, into the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Water Certificate of Convenience and Necessity. And Grant, you're going to lead this one off?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Grant Watanabe, the Director of Public Works for the city. And these next 2 agenda items are related to a request from Athena Domain, LLC, to incorporate a portion of the Corley Track into the city's Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, or CCN. Athena Domain is represented here tonight by Mr. Rajiv Puri and Ms. Lindsay Merritt. And so this first consideration item will focus on the water CCN, and the next consideration item will focus on the wastewater CCN. So first, a quick overview. The subject development is located at 29580 Ralph Fair Road. This is northeast of the intersection of Ralph Fair and Dietz Elkhorn. The size is 80.69 acres, which is approximately half of the 160-acre Corley Track. The current zoning for the property is a combination of neighborhood residential, mixed-use village, and logistics. And the reason for the request is that the 80.69-acre parcel is not located within any entity CCN, and that the applicant would like to develop the property with the city as the water service provider. Here on the screen, you can see a snapshot of the Public Utility Commission of Texas's CCN viewer, which is publicly available. And the city's water CCN there is highlighted in blue. And the subject property, which is the 80-acre portion of the Corley Tract, as you can see there, is not located within the city's CCN. One other thing to note on this slide is that we do have some areas of the city that are dual CCN, and that's specifically to the east of our city, this area here. That's an overlapping CCN between both the city and the San Jose Water Group or the Texas Water Company. This slide shows the developer's master development plan, and I'll cover a few highlights here. First of all, the subject of the CCN request is the 80.69 acres that are bordered in red, and what we're calling, or what he's calling as Phase 1. That's this area bordered in red. Phase 2 is not part of the master development plan and not part of the CCN request, but as you'll see later in the presentation, that we did consider Phase 2 for the purposes of calculating LUEs for the entire parcel. Phase 2 is kind of outlined in black up here. There are 4 planned units that are part of Phase 1 that are defined by the zoning districts. First of all, you have a neighborhood residential Unit 1, that's in this area here. Units 2 and 3 fall into the logistics district. That's located here. Unit 2, I believe, is senior living area, and then Unit 3 is a family living area. And then the last unit planned as part of its development is the mixed-use village district here. And that's composed of approximately 4 either commercial or retail facilities. This is planned as a gated community. There'll be access from both Ralph Fair Road and Dietz Elkhorn. And when it comes to utilities, the plan here is to extend both water and wastewater from the Arbors subdivision up here. And then, at least for the water, to loop the water and tie into the water at the Dietz Elkhorn Ralph Fair Road intersection there. So using this master development plan, staff did calculate what the estimated water supply requirement would be. We took into account the proposed uses, the estimated LUEs for each use, the planning guidance from the UDC, which comes from section 9.6, which states that we should use 1.5 acre feet per connection for estimating purposes. And then lastly, we also did a calculation on water supply requirements based on our historical usage. And historical usage shows that the average residential connection uses about 0.5 acre feet per year. 0.5 acre feet per year breaks down to about 12,500 gallons per month. Just to put that into perspective, we use probably more during the summer, but less during the winter, and on average, it's about 12,500 gallons per month. So looking at the chart on this slide, starting with the first use, which was in the neighborhood residential districts, there was a plan for 20 single-family unit homes. These are on 1 acre lots, plus a irrigation connection. So we calculated approximately 21 LUEs for that portion of the development. The next use was in the mixed-use village portion of the development. There were 4 planned commercial or retail facilities. We assumed that each would be supplied by a 1.5-inch meter. A 1.5-inch meter equates to 2 LUEs. So 4 times 2 gave us 8 total LUEs for the mixed-use village district. And then the last use shown there was in the logistics district, and that's where the townhomes are located. There's a total of 216 townhomes, plus an amenity center, plus an irrigation connection. We did assume that each townhome constituted approximately, or half an LUE for planning purposes, so that gave us a total of 108 LUEs for the townhomes, plus 1 more for the amenity center, again, plus 1 more for the irrigation, and we got a total of 110 LUEs for the logistics district. So summing it up at the bottom of the chart gave us a total of 139 LUEs for phase 1. We multiplied that by 1.5 acre feet per connection. That gave us an estimated, a conservative estimate of 208.5 acre feet of water per year. And we also did a calculation based on historical usage, and that came out to 69.5 acre feet per year. All right, so even though phase 2 was not part of the master development plan, we did assume for the purposes of calculating the water requirement for the entire parcel, we did assume a similar development. So again, in the neighborhood residential portion of what would be phase 2, we assumed that there would be 37 single-family homes on 1 acre lots, plus the irrigation connection that gave us 38 LUEs. And then in the logistics portion of what would be phase 2, we assumed townhomes as well, each townhome constituting half an LUE. So you could fit about 74 townhomes there, which gave us 37 LUEs plus an irrigation connection, total of 38. So we estimated the total LUEs for phase 2 could be approximately 76. And this kind of aligns with what's shown in our master plan for the entire tract. Between phase 1, which is 139 LUEs, and then phase 2 with 76 LUEs, that totals 215, and that does match what's in our master plan the number of LUEs allocated for this property. Some highlights from staff's analysis. Again, for the master development plan was for phase one, which was the 80.69 acre parcel. Staff did calculate 139 LUEs for this plan. When it came to water supply requirements, using the conservative figure that was from the UDC, we came out with a requirement of 208.5 acre feet. And then using more realistic data, we came out with a requirement of 69.5 acre feet per year. Under GBRA's, the current contract that we have with GBRA, we have a total reserve capacity of 1,850 acre feet per year. What we're currently taking from GBRA is 1,344 acre feet per year, and staff believe that the remaining reserve is adequate to serve our existing commitments, the proposed Corley Tract development, and other future developments. And then I'll get into more of this in the next 2 slides. These are slides that were added to this presentation after the agenda packet was published, so you don't have them in front of you, but I think you'll find them informational. So this first slide here is a snapshot from our land use assumption map, which is now available on the city's website. This is routinely reviewed by our Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, and it has a wealth of knowledge regarding our current and future plans for water and wastewater connections. So what I did was I clicked on the Corley Tract, and when I did that, this window popped up. It gives you the current status of the parcel. It says it's an undeveloped parcel, and it also tells you how much water and wastewater connections are planned for that property. It says 215, and those numbers come from our master plan. I wanted to show you this. Well, okay, let me go here first. On the dashboard you see to the right, those 215 connections are accounted for in our planned future connections here. There's a total of 1,273 planned future connections, and 215 of those are associated with the Corley Tract. Now, if this development moves forward and we do enter into a water supply agreement with the developer, those 215 potential connections move from planned to reserved, because now we're kind of committed to it as part of that agreement. Once the development is platted, those numbers then move from reserved into vacant with no permit, because they're now vacant lots on a plat. And then once the builder starts pulling permits to build homes on those vacant lots, those numbers start moving from vacant, no permit, to permitted for a new home. And then as certificates of those homes are completed and certificates of occupancy are issued, then those numbers move from permitted to existing residential for new homes, or existing non-residential if it's a commercial facility. So that's kind of how this works. I just wanted to show you this to kind of demonstrate that staff is tracking not only all of our current connections, but all of our future connections for every undeveloped parcel and every vacant lot that's in the city. And also, in the dashboard, you can see from a water perspective, we are 67% built out, and then from a wastewater sewer perspective, we're 77% built out. And the sewer number is a little bit higher just because our sewer service area is smaller, and a lot of the undeveloped parcels are expected or planned to go septic just because they're 1 acre or 5 acre lots, or zoned for 1 acre or 5 acre lots. Thank you. All right. I do want to touch upon our future water supply sources. Under our current GBRA contract, we still have access to 506 acre feet per year. We have an opportunity to increase our annual take every December. So based on our expected or projected amount of growth each year, we let GBRA know to increase from what we're currently taking to whatever we need for the following year, and we do that every year with GBRA. We're also working with GBRA on what they call a Water Secure Initiative. This is a new project that GBRA intends to use to leverage their surface water rights south of us, specifically in the Gonzales area and the Port Lavaca area. GBRA has developed some plans to pump a lot of that water to our region here in the San Antonio and Austin area. We've been working with GBRA. They've asked just for planning purposes what we might be interested in, and we've let them know that we might be interested in approximately 300 acre-feet as part of this project. As this project moves forward, we'll probably see more information on this project next year when it comes time to start really getting down to solidifying our commitment. And then lastly, GBRA is also expecting SAWS to give up their water allocation in the 2037 timeframe. It's a total of about 4,000 acre-feet, and what GBRA plans to do is to reallocate that on a pro rata basis to all of their existing customers. So just from that reallocation alone, we're expecting about 400 acre-feet in the 2038 timeframe. So in summary, over the next 14 years, we'll have access to approximately 1,200 acre-feet a year, and that 1,200 acre-feet is adequate to serve all of our future planned and future reserved connections on the water side. We've also asked our consultant that developed our water, wastewater, and reuse master plan to update modeling. The last time they ran our water system model was 2018 or 19 as part of the master plan effort. We've asked them to look specifically at what it will take, given growth since 2019, to serve the Corley track. We're expecting that report to come back at the end of this month. And if there are any required off-site infrastructure upgrades, that's something that we'll plan to address as part of the water supply agreement with the developer. So staff does recommend approval of the requested water CCN extension contingent on approval of the developer's master development plan. The master development plan will be considered at a future meeting. And the proposed motion here is on the agenda item cover page. I do have one more slide. It is for next steps. And should the request for water CCN corporation be approved, the next step is for the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider the master development plan. That's expected to occur on November 14th. Following that, City Council will consider the master development plan on approximately December 5th as the final authority on that plan. And again, if it's approved, the city and the developer will negotiate and enter into a water supply agreement to memorialize the number of LUEs, the acre-feet of water that would be reserved as part of that agreement, any related fees, and any contribution toward infrastructure improvements. At that time, we would also request council direction to submit a CCN application to the Public Utilities Commission to formally amend our CCN to include this portion of the Corley track. And that concludes my presentation, unless the council has any questions.
Was thorough? Questions?
Got a lot of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So none of this has gone through P and Z.
Correct. Not yet.
So they're asking us to approve something that hasn't. I feel like I'm confused, I guess.
So according to the processes in our EDC, specifically for expansion of our CCN, that decision lies solely on the city council. Now, if the council supports that CCN expansion, then it will go back to P&Z to evaluate and consider the master development plan associated with that request.
But that, it doesn't have to happen that way. They're still gonna go through P and Z on November 14th, no matter what we do today, right?
If we're Well, if we decide tonight not to provide water, there is really no reason for them to go to P&Z with a master plan unless they identify an alternate water source.
Or maybe said another way, not to disapprove it or approve it, but to wait until the master plan is presented to P&Z. I mean, we could do that, correct?
Realistically, not really, because the submission of the master plan from the developer is contingent upon at least preliminary approval of getting utilities. Without the utilities, they don't really have a basis to submit a master plan.
That's confusing to me because we've seen master plans from other people trying to develop that property,
But-
that they've obviously done something different because we haven't been asked to do this for those other ones.
I think most of the other undeveloped parcels were already in the city's CCN. Like for the Minahan property, for example, we saw a concept plan or development plan for that, but that was already in the city's CCN.
I'm talking about for the same, like where are we talking about right over here by Fishers? Or whatever it's
Behind
called?
Fishers, right?
That's what he was stating, is the Minahan property where the other townhomes were gonna go in, they already had a CCN established for it. And that was a process. So as part of the CCN, I mean, all we're doing is extending from the city saying that we will provide this service to that property, water in this case. So it's not authorizing anything to do with and correct me if I'm wrong, Grant or Scott, but it's really just it has nothing to do with the concept plan, the plat, what they're gonna build there. Although they took it upon themselves to look at it to make sure that they were projecting out into the future. But really in this, all we're looking at is extending our CCN into that property to say, yes, we'll provide this utility to them.
Why can't we do it the other way around? Why can't they present their plan to P&Z subject to us approving the?
It's the process that's laid out in the UDC.
It's directed by the UDC, you have to do it in this order?
Correct.
And the Public Utilities Commission process also requires, and I don't think they call it a master plan, but essentially an outline of what the uses of that will be, which is for us effectively a master plan, or a concept plan in this case.
Scott, or Grant, so when you went back to that slide, Grant, can you back up the slide that I can't read? The new one.
Tell me when to stop.
There you go, that one.
Okay.
So, and my question is, just the Corley property being a piece of our whole master water needs, does this account for the 12, I think it's 1,273 future planned connections? Does that account for every development agreement we've already have in place? That's in there, correct? That those estimates are in there based on those current?
It does, yes.
Contracts.
And if you go to the web version, you could actually click on those tracks where we
See it.
have water agreements. It will show the LUEs that are in each of those.
Okay.
Is it 6 water agreements we have? 6 or 8?
Yes.
So, other than the Corley tract, do we have any other undeveloped properties that are not in our CCN today? Or is this the only one like that?
I believe this is the only one. I can go back to the
The only one that's
CCN map.
not incorporated. I think that was your question, right?
Right, no,
Yeah.
so they're not incorporating our water, for whatever reason, up till now. Is there anybody else that's part of our city that, if they wanted to develop, they would have to come to us and ask for this, or is this the only one like that we have? And I have a reason for that question, because my question is, if you've done your estimates here on that other slide, I want to be sure we've accounted for any other like properties that might present themselves in a similar manner, so that we get, the overall big picture of all the water needs and the water sources.
Well, I believe this is the only one, and then we have that one parcel that Grant mentioned that's under a joint CCN right now, but we have accounted for that one as well. And it does make this property unique in that it is in the city limits, but not currently part of our CCN.
And another question is, why are we just dealing with the 80 acres that's going to be developed? Because they're going to have to come back and ask for the other 80, right, sometime in the future?
Correct, and what's under contract right now, I believe, is only the 80 acres that's
Right.
part of this master development plan.
But with that said, we've got to know what the density would be. We at least have an idea what the density is going to be for now on this property, because they presented that is what their pro forma plan looks like. But on the undeveloped 80 acres, what kind of calculations are we using for the density there?
So
I
we,
saw your numbers,
Right.
but how do we know that would be a reasonable estimate, I guess? Because I want to try to get the biggest picture of all of this. Because they come back later, if they say, oh, we're going to put 500 homes on there, which I don't know if you could. Then we've got a different issue because now we have a whole lot more connections. Okay?
Right, so we just assumed similar development to phase one. I mean, this portion here is zoned neighborhood residential 1 acre lots. So we know that's going to be single family homes on 1 acre lots. We counted for that, even though it's not part of this master development plan, but that's the expectation here.
Okay, so that one's already zoned 1 acre lots.
Yes.
So we know that'd be 80, maximum 80, which you wouldn't have 80 because you got roads and stuff.
Right,
Okay.
right. And then this portion here, that's part of phase two, that's zoned logistics. There's not really much you can do here. We assumed maybe an extension of the townhomes into this area, because it's a similar use, but there's a potential for other uses, but just townhomes made sense in this case.
Okay. And this accounts for the reserve and all those others, everything, everybody else is included in
Total calculation.
in our total
yes.
calculation.
Grant, in our master water plan, we have laid out the predictive LUEs that we need to support water within our CCN for the city well into the future. And I believe that's where the 50-year number came from. And
Through
so-
build out, that's correct.
And so we're projecting the water that we have available to meet that 50-year need based on the LUEs that we've identified in the master water plan.
Yes, sir.
So for this property, those numbers that you presented were initiated by what was in the master water plan.
Correct.
So we're meeting those requirements within that area, which was identified previously. And even the area, we're looking at the, whatever it was, 83 acres now, we have 80 acres in the future. But the numbers that we are utilizing and limiting for development in that is related to those LUEs that were identified in the master
The
water
master
plan.
plan, that's correct.
Just to add on that is there's plenty of undeveloped, unplatted areas that are in our master plan, our master water plan, and we base that off the most conservative. If somebody came in and developed every single spot of that land with exactly the acreage allowed for zoning, which is very conservative because we haven't seen that when they come. There's green space and there's all this stuff that they add. So all the other places that haven't platted and haven't sent in anything, we are assuming the maximum that is allowed by zoning. So, and that's all within that planned, that
Master water
future,
plan.
yeah, that line that you saw that you couldn't read, the future one.
Well, in
That's
this,
all
in this
included.
case, they are at the max, because it's 215, and they're proposing
Yeah,
215.
this one is,
Yes.
but it's allowed. The other areas, we haven't seen that.
That's because it's zoned that way,
That's
correct?
because we did that, yes. Yeah.
A lot of this data is based on the 2019 master plan, but Friesen Nichols is currently analyzing and is going to update that plan.
Not the entire plan, just
Okay.
the portion that affects the Corley track.
So wouldn't we want that analysis before considering this? If something changes, no? Does it matter?
What that analysis is going to show is whether we have to upgrade the size of some mains that are off-site but feed this property, or upsize the size of some pumps at our pump station. Those are
not
things that are
supply.
outside of development, but we'll address it as part of the water supply agreement.
So they're not analyzing whether the 215 LUEs is too much or too little, or
No,
Okay.
we've already
Got it.
done that.
Okay.
Correct.
So back into our master plan with the other chart you showed, Grant, I think it's the next page.
So,
It was where the water, the 300, no, keep going. The one where you had the 506, there, this one here. So right now, we will have, are we guaranteed access to these second and third dots under the future water sources? Is that we have 300 acre feet in 2033, we can get that without any risk at this point?
there will be a cost associated with it, but if we move forward in entering into a contract for those 300 acre feet, which is going to come up sometime next year, then we will have access to those.
So we have a
300 acre
commitment
feet.
from GBRA that we can get that,
Yes.
okay? As well as the 400 acre feet in 2038, is that like a written commitment from those guys, or is it a verbal?
As firm as the words coming out of their general manager's mouth.
So we don't
It's
have,
fairly-
we
it's
don't
fairly-
have, we don't have any assurance that the 300 and the 400 would be available to us, do we?
We're fairly confident on the 400. And
400 is through a separate agreement they made with SAS. They will be divested and it will be allocated, as Grant said, on a pro rata basis. The 300 is, as he alluded to, that will be the subject of our commitment next year and whether or not we want to buy into that additional 300, but the option is there.
That's what I was asking. We have the option, so that is with us. Okay, that's what I was after. I probably did a poor job asking that question.
So the 400, yes. The 300 if we buy in.
Okay.
Else?
Does Canyon have the water that they can give us? I mean, does GBRA, would we ever get to a situation with the latest droughts where we could, sure, we can buy it, but we can't give it to you and put us at risk? You knew I was going to ask that question.
How are we going to answer?
I mean,
How are they going to answer that?
it's not likely based on their future development, but I mean, I can't, of course, guarantee that any possible calamity, that conditions could change, but based on every reasonably known estimates, yes.
I mean, I don't think any of us want to, we don't want a situation where we have so much development that the existing residents are at risk with their water. I don't think anybody wants that. I know the staff has done the analysis to do that, but I just want to be sure that in our planning and pro formas that we've got enough wiggle room, that we're not bumping all the way right up to the max of our water demands with, we're only 100 acre feet away, and then there's something, catastrophic that happens that we can't control, that we have plenty of headroom and wiggle room to accommodate the existing residents as well as any new development.
Yeah, so we have the reserves and future reserves are listed there. We still have approximately 2,000 acres through our CCN or through our water agreements that are not developed. So if such a calamity were to occur years down the road, we could revise our master plan for those with respect to those future developments that are not yet developed as well.
So in a doomsday scenario where if we had a real dramatic shift in the weather patterns and we started seeing a real exposure to our water supply, and these developers that already have agreements in place come to us and want to do their development, then what? What's our options? Can we say no, or do we have to provide it and have to go out and source water? I mean, what I'm trying to do is get a full view of the whole picture for everybody so that we got a clear path here forward.
Yeah, and I'm not a water use expert, but essentially for all, whether we have water agreements or for the areas that are to be developed, that would require, kind of the earlier question, a major revision of our master plan which would likely affect our CCN commitment in the future. So at that point, we would or potentially divest some of our CCN if it came to that.
So I know over the years, we've been talking about the need for a water tower because we need the pressure and the supply in case of fires and things like that. How would this affect that if we have this many more connections providing this water to this area?
So the elevated storage tank is designed to support the full build-out of the city, which includes this
I know,
parcel.
but we don't have it. So if we approve these water connections and we still don't have a tower yet, how, I mean, isn't that creating an even bigger risk?
There's always going to be risk. I think most of those risks are going to be identified by this analysis that our consultant is doing.
One last question. The 506 in reserve, does that already account for all of the property that's undeveloped but in our CCN? So they're already accounted for?
The 506 acre feet in reserve is what we have remaining under contract with GBRA. So we could essentially take 506 more acre feet per year from Canyon Lake.
That's what we have right now available to us if we were to need it.
So we contract for 2,000 acre feet. We only use 1,700. Those numbers aren't correct, but
But can we meet everyone's CCN that's undeveloped property without having to seek more water?
With only what's currently under contract? Is that what you're asking? The answer is no. We need those additional water sources.
So,
Grant, so can you explain this? So we are looking at tonight approving the CCN for our city to provide the water utility for this. If we disapprove it or not approve it, does that provide an opportunity that they can go out and look for other water sources to support the development on that property?
It does. And there's a potential, if they are successful in identifying a alternate water source, that it could be developed at least portions of the property at a higher density.
can I ask one more question about the current 506? How far out does that take us right now, would you say? Including the Corley property, if that's in that number, how far out do we think we would be on that for having to go back and ask for more? Is it the 2033? Or is it further out?
Further out, just to put it in perspective, again, each average residential connection consumes about half an acre foot per year. And at the current rate that we're building, we're adding about, well, it's been slow for the past year, but in the last year, we added 30 connections to our system. In the peak, when 2022 or so, we were adding 100 connections to our system, so it varies.
So when we plan these I'm not trying to hog the mic tonight, but I do have a lot of questions. So when we do the 1.5 LUEs and then, or whatever the measurement, but we use that for a projection, but then we say in reality it's only half 0.5. That's the real number that's more likely, right? So it's very conservative on the first projection, and the reality is that it's significantly less.
UDC called for 1.5, which is very, very high.
That's my
even for-
question. But reality, it's 0.5. Was that what y'all
Correct,
find in practice?
correct. Like Grant said, even 0.5 is 12,500 gallons, which is
Per connection, 12,500, okay.
You said that if we don't approve this, they could go and ask for water from a different source and develop it at a higher density,
Potentially, yes.
but they would still have to go through P and Z.
They'll still have to follow our zoning.
Right.
In the logistics district, when it comes to townhomes, there is no minimum lot size. They could go denser in the logistics district if they had an alternate water supply.
I mean, they could do that now, though, too.
Correct. But the easiest way path forward is for the city to be the water service provider.
Well, the limitation now is based on the master water plan, which provided the number of LUEs which the plan is developed on. So it has limited that development in that area to meet the LUEs that were identified for it in the master water plan.
Another source could get them more LUEs.
Well, I mean, they could,
Yeah.
yes, as long as they met the requirements of zoning.
So with our LUEs right now, what could that property support? I know it's currently being proposed at 215 and 20 for residential, but with our current LUEs, what would be the maximum density under our water plan that could be on that property? No, I think it's more.
Well, we've allocated 215 LUEs for the.
Oh, okay,
Correct.
I misunderstood that, okay, thank you.
And
Okay.
they're at the maximum for their LUEs, which was the crux of this,
That was my
this
question.
proposal.
Okay,
Under the zoning, the townhome density could actually be greater, per our zoning, but it's the LUEs, the water is what limits the density in
Okay.
the area.
And just so I'm 100% clear, this is the only property in the city that's not in a CCN?
Correct. That's within our city limits,
Yeah.
but not in the CCN, correct.
Okay.
when y'all answer yes, with the question, we kind of worry a little bit,
Yeah.
but, okay. So we just have this one outlier that we're trying to solve. Is that correct?
All right. Any other questions? Good discussion. Go ahead. Yes? No?
Certain. If we approve this, this is not giving approval to any plating or planning or development or anything like that. Even though it's kind of been presented to us with what they might do with the property.
Correct. And even the CCN extension approval is contingent on later approval of the master development plan. It's not the subject of our consideration item. That will come after the P&Z reviews it and has a recommendation. And at that point, if we don't approve the master development plan, then we don't approve the CCN either. It's contingent on the master development plan at a later date.
Good question. Anybody else? Anybody else here tonight have any questions that they'd like to propose or ask? Some of, just an explanation.
David?
I realize, okay, David Horwath, I'm on the P&Z. I'm a resident of Fair Oaks Ranch. I realize that we're only talking about water at this point, but.
Excuse me, Mr. Horvath, can you speak into the mic? Thank you.
Okay, I realize we're only talking about water at this point, but we're also looking at expanding the wastewater system, and we're also looking at, we have some problems with our traffic. I'm not going to ask any further questions on that. I just want to recognize that these are other things that we're going to have to be thinking about in the future.
Anybody else? Then for council, could I get a motion to approve a resolution to incorporate an 80.69 acre parcel of land located at 29580 Ralph Fair Road into the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Water Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, subject to approval of the proposed master development plan.
I so move.
From Laura, and a second.
Second.
Scott, any further discussion from council?
Greg, I'd like to just say something.
Go ahead.
Since we do have a member from P and Z here, I think it's important that we note, at least from my perspective, that if we do approve this, it is not to be construed as approving any kind of master plan or plating or development ideas that have been presented to us tonight and used in that way to get approval at the next step. I think it's important that we note that from my perspective.
That's a good point. And that's accurate, correct?
That is accurate.
All right.
We'll go through all the planning and zoning process, so the master plan first, and then ultimately the preliminary plat, the final plat, the whole nine. I will note for that based on just the conceptual plan, the proposed uses do comply with our zoning. I want to make that clear as we go into it. So it will go through the full review process, and when you get to the platting process, obviously there's a lot more conditions per UDC, but as far as a zoning use goes, this master plan would comply with our zoning, and that's why we're here. So in other words, it proposes neighborhood residential, single-family homes where we have zoned residential. It proposes townhomes in our logistic zone. Townhomes are permitted by right in the logistic zone, of course, and then the mixed-use portion as well. So those are all within our current zoning map.
That makes me a little bit concerned. You said that that's why we're here, because it meets planning and zoning stuff.
From a zoning perspective, yes.
Okay, but we haven't been presented with an actual plan, right?
The concept currently.
Has P and Z acted on a plan yet?
No,
Okay.
no, that comes after.
Okay.
We're past that point. Do you have clarity on your discussion item which you were bringing up? The approval of the CCN provides the limitation on water rights that can be provided for LUEs within this property as it is developed into the future. So right now, we have pulled that number 215 from our master water plan, which is what was identified as could be constructed within this area. And so approval of this CCN tonight then limits any construction to the total property to 215, which provides that protection that we need for our water rights and for future development within the area.
I guess I don't, if we did not approve it and they went to go get water from some other source, we don't know if that other source would make it even less. I mean, I've heard that maybe it could make it more. I don't know, could it make it less?
Good.
So, but that's what I'm struggling with.
So just as a reminder, though, so y'all annexed this property, and when you did, there's a services agreement that goes with that annexation. So you're obligated under that, since you've annexed them, to make water and sewer available to them in a like manner with other properties that are similarly situated. So this is the only property that is within your city limits that is not within your CCN. And so that's another consideration that isn't being discussed, but it's something that you need to be aware of, that, you know, unless there's some reason not to include, they've already been accounted for in all your future use studies, and they're within your city limits. And you're obligated, when you annex property, to provide services to them within a certain amount of time, or they have a right request disannexation. So it's just something else to consider.
And I guess that wasn't requested during the times way back when we.
No, I believe it was 2016, 2016,
17.
2016. Oh, so,
I mean,
yeah.
no,
Requested water?
they didn't
No,
request.
no, no, I
water.
mean, the annexation happened then, so yeah, I don't think there's been a prior request.
Right. But I do want to clarify one thing. So your point, Scott, is that when you, in your master water plan, you accounted for it as if it had already been included in the CCN.
Yes.
Correct.
What you've done with all of our agreements,
That's the
all
point.
of our undeveloped areas,
Correct.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Any other discussion items from council? I know it's a confusing, you go ahead.
I just think I want to discuss a little bit to maybe clear up some confusion, Emily, because whether they have a drawing or not, we have allocated 215 LUEs on our master plan for this development. They could have came to us before they had designed anything and asked for it, and it was within their rights and within our plan to give it to them. They just happened to draw it out to say, what would it look like if we used all 215? And they just happened to have it for us. So we're not looking at that. We're just giving them the option to use up to 215.
Right, that is what I
Yeah.
wanted to be very clear about. If we do approve this, is we're not approving that. We're just approving our original plan of whatever we had already allocated, regardless of what it looks
15,
like.
yeah.
Just get water there.
Right, within our allocation.
Point. All right. Anybody else? Then with the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you all. Same wording except for the word wastewater.
Ah, okay.
Waste.
I'm like, what is on the twice?
And that was good discussion, and thank you all very much. Thanks, Grant and Scott, for all your patience. It's, I don't know, when the last time we approved a CCN for the city council.
Very often.
So,
I don't know if it was the last time we've done that.
and
yeah.
I just appreciate your patience in walking us through it to make sure we make the right decisions. Okay, we'll move on to our second consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and possible action approving a resolution to incorporate an 80.69 acre parcel of land located at 29580 Ralph Fair Road, a portion of the Corley Track into the City of Fair Oaks Ranch wastewater certificate of convenience and necessity. I'll turn this one over to Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, this agenda item is in regards to the wastewater CCN incorporation from the same applicant. The format of this presentation is largely the same as the water CCN presentation with some slight differences. Here's the wastewater CCN map again from the Public Utility Commission. The city's CCN for wastewater is highlighted in blue, and as you can see, the 80 acres as part of the Corley Track is not part of the city's sewer CCN. We've seen the master development plan in the previous presentation. I plan to move on unless the council has any questions on this. And similar to how staff calculated the water supply requirements, staff also calculated the wastewater generated by the proposed development. We took into consideration the proposed uses, the estimated connections or LUEs for wastewater, and then the historical wastewater generation of 160 gallons per day per residential connection. Similarly, looking at the neighborhood residential district in phase one, where single-family homes are planned, there's a total of 20 single-family homes, so that equated to 20 LUEs. In the mixed-use village district, again, there are 4 commercial or retail facilities, similar to what we did with water. We calculated a total of 8 wastewater LUEs associated with that. And then in the logistics district, with 216 townhomes plus an amenity center, we calculated 109 wastewater LUEs for that portion of the development, and that totaled 137 wastewater LUEs total. This is slightly less than the number of water LUEs or connections, just the difference is the irrigation, which doesn't generate any wastewater. Along with that, staff also calculated the estimated amount of wastewater to be generated from those 137 LUEs. We came out with 21,920 gallons per day. And similar to how we did with the previous presentation, we also calculated the potential wastewater generated from a phase 2, even though phase 2 is not part of the master development plan. We assumed similar development, single-family homes and more townhomes for phase 2. Ultimately, we came out with a calculation of 74 LUEs associated with phase 2, generating 11,840 gallons of wastewater per day. And similar how we do it with water, when combining phase 1 and phase 2, that's 137 plus 74, that's 211 LUEs on the wastewater side compared to what's allotted in our master plan at 215. So it's slightly less than what's shown in the master plan. Some highlights from staff analysis. Under the proposed master development plan, again, we calculated 137 LUEs on the wastewater side. For phase 1, this would generate approximately 21,920 gallons per day. When it comes to our wastewater treatment plant capacity, we're currently permitted at 500,000 gallons per day, and our current average daily flow is about 300,000 gallons per day. Based on that, our wastewater treatment plant is capable of handling the additional flow from the proposed development and all future developments. And if you recall, we did do a comprehensive study on various wastewater treatment plant expansion alternatives, and we are currently moving out on phase 1 of that expansion. One thing to note is that there are some infrastructure upgrades involved that are downstream of this proposed development. That's specifically the Kojak Circle manhole and sewer main upgrade. This is one that's we have already estimated, and this is something that's going to be addressed in our upcoming sewer service agreement that we're going to be discussing with the developer. But since this upgrade is something that will benefit both the city and also benefit the development, this is an opportunity we think we can cost share on that project. For the wastewater CCN expansion, staff recommends approval contingent on approval of the developer's master development plan. Again, the master development plan will be considered at a future meeting, and the proposed motion is in the agenda package, annotating as such. And then lastly, when it comes to next steps, the next steps mirror those that were previously described in the water CCN presentation. And Mayor, that's the end of my presentation, unless
Thanks,
the council
Graham.
has questions.
Hey, go ahead, Ruben.
The projected 1 acre residential area, it's going to be sewer, not septic, correct?
That is correct.
And what, in the map, the sewer map, the service map, what's missing? There's a huge area. Oh, okay. Got it. All right.
That's the reserve.
Any other questions?
Why do we have to do this one separately?
When it comes to the PUC, water CCN is separate from sewer CCN.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
okay.
Anybody else? Questions from anyone here tonight? Sir?
The section on, that includes the townhouses, does that cover the entire logistics section? So in your calculations for the future, are they going to be adding more to that logistics section, or has the logistics section been filled with townhouses?
So
But Grant, in this case right now, we've received a concept plan. Nothing has been submitted for consideration or approval based on the development of this property.
Well, what I'm asking is that they make calculations assuming that it'll be the same amount of logistics, same amount of townhouses. And I'm asking, is there room for the same amount of townhouses, at least in the logistics section?
We did assume similar development in Phase 2, which is not part of this master development plan, but we assumed townhouses are similar uses. And it would be when it comes to pure numbers, a lesser number of townhouses, just because the acreage of logistics area within the Phase 2 is smaller than the acreage of logistics area within Phase 1. Right, okay.
Any additional questions? Can I get a motion to approve a resolution to incorporate 80.69 acre parcel of land located at 29580 Ralph Fair Road into the City of Fair Oaks Ranch wastewater certificate of convenience and necessity, subject to approval of the proposed master development plan?
So move.
From Laura, and I'll make the second. Any other discussion from council?
Reiterate my comment from before, that we're not approving any plan. Purely just to extend what is available under our numbers.
Anybody else? With the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you, Mayor.
That completes the consideration items that we had tonight. Now we'll move on to the workshop item, which is a review of proposed City of Fair Oaks Ranch Unified Development Code Amendment categories. Lee, you're going to walk us through this?
Yes, sir.
Are we going to go category by category? Is that?
Similar to last time, yes, sir.
Yeah, so for council, my understanding, how many were there? 9, 11, whatever total amount of categories that we're going to go through. What we're really looking for is first decision from council. Is this something we want to continue with or not continue with? And if we say no, then that's it, and it comes off the list. If we do say yes, we want to continue with it, then that means it's going to go back to P&Z to further develop. And if we could provide some guidance back to staff on how we would like to see this develop. That
Yes, sir.
okay?
All right. Well, good evening, council. My name's Lee Muniz. I'm the manager of engineering services. I'm here to present the staff presentation of the summary of proposed UDC categories for review. So we did it. After many months of work, on September 19th, council approved the first set of policy amendments. These amendments were part of the list of categories shown on the slide. So we would like to let the council know what direction staff is looking for with this workshop. Staff has evaluated each of the amendments in the associated remaining categories and provided a very broad problem statement. This problem statement is to demonstrate what these issues amendments will be addressing. As we present these categories, please keep in mind that they are not in any particular order, and a brief pause will follow each of the categories to give council an opportunity to provide guidance. The goal is to determine which, if not all, categories should go to the P&Z for further evaluation and eventual recommendation at a later council meeting. The list of remaining categories are also provided in this slide. Our first category is setbacks. Other than the definition stated in the slide, setbacks are established by zoning regulations and are intended to ensure adequate space between structures for the reasons such as safety, privacy, aesthetics, and access. We have provided some tables to demonstrate the current UDC requirements. We could not determine a problem with the current regulations, but the intention of the P&Z direction is to maintain a rural aspect which may change the current requirements to the range of 5 to 25 feet. The first table in the setback requirements is for non-residential zoning, and the second one is for residential zoning. NR represents neighborhood residential, and RR represents rural residential.
Those numbers are what they're currently at right now?
Yes, sir.
State there's no known conflicts. What does that mean to you?
Meaning that staff feels that the current setbacks, we don't find an issue with them as they are in the UDC requirements right now.
So there's no administrative conflict, like there's no one area where it says this and another area that says that.
Correct.
It's consistent, but you're asking, do we like these numbers and do we want to address these numbers?
Correct.
Precisely.
Okay, and P and Z is thinking they want to make it somewhere between 5 to 25. This is what it currently says. Most of them have no max, and I don't know what 5 to 25 means, if that means 5 to 25 minimum or
The
maximum.
range of increases would be 5 to 25.
Okay. And how many, sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot. You may not know the answer to this. You can give me a ballpark. How many variances have we seen that have requested a change from what what our UDC says for setbacks?
I'm not aware of any
So
of
there's
them.
no one that's come and said this doesn't work for them?
To
and
my
they wanted to
knowledge,
do something
I'm not aware
different?
of any of them. Of course,
Okay. I have no reason to change this policy.
Okay. Take that one off the list.
All right. Next category is screening, which can include the use of fences, walls, trees, shrubs, or other plantings to enhance privacy, reduce noise, and improve the aesthetic appeal of a property. Typically, screening is used to minimize the visual impact of parking lots, dumpsters, or commercial operations on surrounding areas. PNC's goal was to help protect adjacent residential privacy and felt that the UDC does not specifically call out for opaque screening for certain uses which could create issues with privacy.
So, Lee, is this just for like residential that backs up to a commercial property? or-
It's mainly in reference to shrubbery, dense shrubbery. In our code, there's a section where it asks for screening that deals with a solid fence and dense shrubbery. And the issue that could happen is that when you have dense shrubbery, that could be into interpretation of what dense means. So they felt like opaque would enforce that screening effect of that. And so that's mainly where that came from.
So make it less restrictive?
No, it
More
would be
restrictive.
increased in restrictive because it would have to be opaque screening for vegetation-wise.
To follow on your question, Keith, is this screening between what types of properties?
This was in reference to, I believe, a bed and breakfast section to where it would have screening in our, I believe it was the use table, if I'm not mistaken, the use section, section 4.10, where they had specific uses for this type of screening. The bed and breakfast, correct.
So this only applies to bed and breakfasts in the
This
city?
was one of them that was applied to that, yes, ma'am.
So there's no other request for screening anywhere else?
There's screening requirements throughout the code. and
Throughout the
The
code.
challenge is some say opaque and some say dense for
Mm-hmm.
some version of it. So this is looking for consistency in the code.
Okay, that makes much more sense.
Consistency is good.
Yes.
So in this, I mean, do we want to continue to look at removing dense and putting opaque?
That's the gist.
I would rather not make that decision. I'd rather it be consistent, whichever one, but I'd like to understand why they would pick one or the other. I'm more concerned about the consistency.
I was just.
Yeah.
Well, but with that, so yes, I mean, this would then go back to P and Z, and they would
Yeah.
do that referencing and determine which is the right and ensure that is dense right, is opaque right, and then from there, making sure that we're consistent throughout the UDC. Okay?
I just want to be clear, we're not directing them to make everything opaque. We're just directing them to make it consistent.
Consistent.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. For the street frontage categories, lots with private wells and/or private septic are required to have 150 to 200 feet of street lot frontage. Street lot frontage refers to the width of the lot that is adjacent to the street. Staff has concluded that clarification is needed to determine an adequate street lot frontage for lots located within a cul-de-sac due to the limitation of street frontage. This would also apply to knuckle sacks.
I've seen a lot of variances for.
I know of two in my section that this would be an issue because they're undeveloped on a cul-de-sac. And they don't have 150 feet frontage.
So Lee, this is a staff recommended change.
Yes, sir.
And this would then, in this change, we would further limit what the street frontage could be for
This
properties on a cul-de-sac or,
this would help support staff to determine an adequate street frontage length for cul-de-sacs or knuckle sacks due to the limited space they have for street lot frontage. Essentially, 150-foot street lot frontage on a cul-de-sac would probably look like two lots within the whole cul-de-sac. So in essence, the issue that creates is that now you have these oversized lots because they're meeting the 150-foot street lot frontage. So in essence, you could have normal uniform lots, but then when you get to this cul-de-sac, you're gonna have these huge lots because they're meeting that street lot frontage.
Allowing staff to ease the restriction, ease the requirement of frontage because it's on a cul-de-sac.
Correct.
That's what we're doing. The size of the lot would stay the same, it's just the frontage would be smaller because it's on a curve and not on a straightaway.
Council recall this came up at our
Yeah.
last meeting.
And
The
we've had so
variances.
many of these, yeah.
but really all we're
Yes.
looking at right now is, do we want to continue with this? And let
Yes.
staff
Yes.
and P and
Yes.
Z come up with some type of recommendation
Yes.
back to us? Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So is it a plat waiver or is it a variance? This is the big question with this category. Staff has determined that the UDC utilizes the same criteria for a variance and a plat waiver, but plat waivers are more of an administrative exception compared to the policy zoning exceptions that are that a variance would provide. If a separate criteria for a plat waiver is not clearly defined, extensive steps would be required for plat waivers as well.
So this is just inconsistency in the policy. It's not clear. It's
It's
not
not
clear what is a
clearly,
variance
yes.
and what's a waiver, we just need to make it clear.
It just,
Okay,
the
yes.
goal of this would be to provide that criteria so that currently, right now, both plat waiver and variances have the same criteria for the process. We would need a separate criteria to differentiate the two.
Yep,
Yes.
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 conservation development alternatives strategy typically involves clustering homes or buildings on a portion of a property, which allows for the conservation of the remaining land as open space agricultural areas or wildlife habitats. With no minimum lot size to maintain a uniformity, developers are allowed to use blended averages instead. For example, you can have 15 quarter-acre lots, 5 1.5-acre lots, and 3 2-acre lots, and it will still meet the minimum blended average requirements for neighborhood residential. The P&Z's goal was to avoid drastic variations of lot sizes that would present a non-uniform subdivision layout.
Yes.
That's a yes.
So the UDC currently requires residential additions and redevelopment to comply with tree preservation requirements. Staff believes this could create issues when full reconstruction, add-ons, or extensions trigger tree preservation or mitigation plans on private residential property, which could impact residential construction. Staff recently conducted a private property tree preservation workshop to which City Council gave the direction that additional tree preservation restrictions on private property is not required. Also, in an effort to sustain a rural community, P&Z determined that some aspects of the UDC tree protection section would need changes to help preserve trees within the community.
What are the pictures supposed to illustrate?
So the pictures are to demonstrate what would initially would trigger a tree preservation. So here you could see that the house has trees in this area, and then there was an extension here that eliminated the trees there, so that would trigger a tree preservation for this extension. And then similarly here, you have a standalone structure, and then they built this add-on here that would trigger a tree preservation plan for this private property, and similar situations for this last one. So just kind of give you a visual on what, these are not located in the city of Fair Oaks Ranch, by the way. These are just internet images, but they would essentially trigger a tree preservation plan.
You're at, what's the issue? Asking what?
The other item that the P&Z is looking to increase the current tree preservation section to have more of protecting the trees. I guess they increase some of the requirements to allow increased tree preservation.
There's
Oh, yes.
there's two
There's
issues here.
This is two-part.
The first issue is the UDC currently requires mitigation for new buildings or add-on developments, whereas the council explicitly told us, or the preponderance of the council explicitly told us at the last work session not to regulate trees on private property. So consistent with that guidance, one proposal would be to change the UDC to not require tree mitigation on additions or new buildings. That's issue number one. So that's a staff recommendation to be consistent with the council guidance. The second issue was the P&Z recommendation was to increase the tree mitigation requirements in the UDC. Essentially, increase the circumference requirements in the tree. So same section, two different recommendations.
Excuse me, Councilmember Stroop.
This is for additions or changes to
Or some
a
type of
house.
building.
It could also be a full redevelopment if it has like, let's say they tear it down to the slab.
Right,
That
but
would
my
also
point is when whoever it is, they purchased the property, they purchased it in a certain condition with the structure already there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just deciding to do something different.
Correct. Yeah, if it specifically says the increase in the building footprint.
This is just from, help me understand, does the UDC apply to existing homes when they do an addition, or is it to development like
Yes,
It's both.
it does.
It does, okay.
It does.
Just wanted to clarify that.
So this doesn't address, use the phrase clear cutting per se. This is with specific respect to a building activity. Currently, the UDC requires tree mitigation if it's related to a building activity, new or add-on.
So example, Scott, if I wanted to build a larger deck in my backyard, I would have to get a building permit, right, with the city. And under the current UDC, if there was a tree in my backyard in the way of where I want my deck, I would have to get a tree preservation plan and like plant a whole bunch of other trees in my yard somewhere, even if I don't want trees in my yard.
They were heritage or protected
Yeah,
trees, yes.
okay.
Yes.
And we're trying to get rid of that requirement.
Is that the current?
That the current
rule?
UDC says that.
Currently in the
And we
UDC.
want to get rid of that requirement.
I do not want to get rid of that requirement. I just want that noted.
I do.
It's not
And, yeah,
preventing people from doing what they want to do. Like, it's not preventing you from building your deck. It's just,
It's making me buy trees that I don't want to buy and put them on my yard where I don't want to put them.
or pay a fee. You don't have to put a tree in your yard. You could pay a fee. That's an option.
Well, I think we had enough council
we-
members that said, hey, we wanted to move forward, and that was the first.
The first
First-
portion.
First issue with the trees, yes.
So yes, we do want to move forward with that one, and we'll provide that to P and Z,
Now look at it.
and they can provide a recommendation back to us. The second piece related to the tree preservation plan is that looking at increasing the tree circumferences as part of the UDC.
Or to increase the mitigation requirements, or more trees per circumference inch, or however that language goes in there, but,
Okay.
so enhance the mitigation requirements for removal of trees. That was a P and Z recommendation,
You know why? No.
preserving trees
Just,
essentially.
there's no
I don't-
problem. That's just. we
This is
just-
for all
Everything.
undeveloped property, for everything? Or-
Everything.
In this same section,
Yes.
so.
We're not talking about rebuilds or increasing.
That too.
No, we are.
It would
Yeah,
apply
we
to
are.
that
Yes.
too.
We are, in the same area.
Confused.
Can you state what we just getting ready to do? Because I got lost.
There's two requests.
Yeah, what's the first one that we just said we wanted to go forward with?
That
Remove-
was related to add-ons or builds on residential property.
Okay,
Exempting
now
them
re-
from this tree
Yeah,
stuff.
which now requires a permit and a tree preservation plan related to it.
Okay.
And so we do want to look at that one.
okay.
The
got it.
second piece within the UDC as part of this, I guess the remediation or whatever the requirements are and number of trees removed is related to the circumference of the tree that's being removed. So the proposal right now is to increase that amount. So if it was a 20-inch tree and required 10 trees to be planted as part of that, it's now being, I believe, saying instead of 10 trees, we want to increase that to 15 trees.
Or something like that, yes.
Some
Or
number.
reduce the circumference, so even if
Right,
it's a
right.
smaller tree,
Right.
then you still got to plant trees.
Right,
So
yeah, it's the proportionality,
but-
yes.
regardless of what it applies to, whether regards to applies to residential, building, whatever. So I'm not sold on that one.
I think our tree preservation plan has worked well.
Yeah.
I don't see a need to increase requirements related to it without some justifiable decision that says we should do this. From my perspective right now, I would say we don't need to go forward with this.
So we can provide that guidance to P and Z. It's in the same section, so you will see the final language either way, but just, yeah,
This is for commercial properties?
Everything.
Everything.
Anyone
all
that it
all
applies to.
properties.
Anyone that it applies to. I'm not against it.
I'm the same way.
I think the takeaway, I think it's section 8.8, if I'm not mistaken, and needs work.
I'll tell you what, I mean, P and Z's making a recommendation, so in this case, I'm not in favor with moving forward with it, but we have enough consideration from council that they could put a recommendation together and justify it, could be forwarded back to us, and maybe it would have a better reasoning behind it instead of what we've received tonight.
I want to make sure we put boundaries around this. I don't want all of a sudden all brand-new tree preservation plans and doing all this extra stuff. And, I mean, within the bounds of the actions that we have now, making adjustments to maybe how many trees and how big it is. But I don't want whole new ideas, like all new, now you have to do this and do
Good
that.
point.
You know, I want to make sure there's some boundaries here. I'm not opening up the tree section for complete rewrite. I want boundaries.
Well, this
I'm okay with that. I think
should be limited on this one to specifically the remediation plan related to the circumference and number of trees. Is
Yeah.
that?
That's it.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why? Is it because we're seeing the developments come in with these, clear cuts, or, what is the reason? But I'm generally in favor of trying to save heritage trees if we can save them.
Is that enough guidance for you?
It is.
Okay.
That's it, okay. So here in the section of the UDC, one ahead of it, sorry. So what is Hill Country aesthetics? P&Z and staff agree that the UDC lacks a definition but references Hill Country aesthetics for mixed-use village and community facilities in the zoning district sections. Without a clear definition, it would be difficult to explain to developers what type of look the city is looking for from a design aspect. So here are the sections of the UDC where Hill Country aesthetics is referenced. As you can see, the UDC would like zoning districts to conform to a Hill Country design aesthetics. And it's mentioned here and here.
I know we have this listed, I think it's in our comprehensive plan and in the Unified Development Code that identifies Hill Country aesthetics. And so what does that mean? And I guess my initial thoughts were, if you really try to go through and define this, what this really means, you're probably going to develop a document that's probably equivalent to the Unified Development Code with all the the ins and outs of what could be done as part of Hill Country design. The other thing that kind of stands out to me is that drive through our city, I mean, all the home sites, there's not like one design that fits every home that's already within our city. And even those homes that were built maybe in the 1990s and even earlier, they have different designs. But it's all what has made the history of what we have as part of our city, Fair Oaks Ranch. And in my belief, I would say I'd look at this and I go, the Hill Country design, probably a concept. Do we need to further identify this, develop it, put some specifications against it?
No.
And I think the city builds out, and we've managed it the way it's been managed, and it's done well.
I think, and I think, Emily, I'm sorry, you jumped in, but I'm with you on that. And so what I'm hearing here is we have this in the UDC, and the P&Z can't tell whether it conforms to it or not, right? We're asking them to say, does this conform? And nobody knows what it means. I contend, like you, our entire UDC is what we think Hill Country design aesthetic is. That's what the UDC is. So I would just recommend, if we open up the section, we just remove any statements that say generally conform to Hill Country design aesthetic from the UDC, because one, it's not defined, and if they follow the UDC, they are generally conforming to Hill Country design aesthetic, because we designed the entire UDC to be that. So I would just strike through anywhere in the UDC where it refers to that, because nobody knows how to.
Can we do that without it being
We absolutely can do
confusing?
this.
Okay.
From a, administrative standpoint, that would provide clarity.
Because in many occasions, they try to use Hill Country Design Aesthetics as a justification for decisions that are being made.
Yeah.
And the problem is you have no backing behind that to say, what does that mean?
Anybody.
Right.
And I'm good with it staying in the comprehensive plan, because I think the comprehensive plan is saying, when you build the UDC, do it as best you can to make it close to Hill Country aesthetics.
UDC is the definition.
Yeah, is the
for the
definition
comprehensive
of Hill
plan.
Country design aesthetic.
Well, I guess in this one, yes, we want to move forward with it. The recommendation is, can we find all the locations that Hill Country Design Aesthetics has mentioned and change that to appropriate language to reflect in accordance with the UDC?
Thankfully, there are not too many in the UDC itself.
Okay. One too many? Okay. So the signs category is separated into 3 sections. The first section is the 2024 UDC adoption did not incorporate the 2021 Texas statutes. The portion of the signs was postponed from the update due to a need for a complex, comprehensive review of the wide range of legislation changes. So the second issue is with sign requirements needing to be specified size, type, and location. This is important for visual sight distance for pedestrian and vehicular traffic and distracted drivers. And then finally, for the sign categories, variances are not allowed for signs. This could create issues for placement of subdivision information signs with private property.
For this.
Yeah, I think you started off with, I mean, these are really regulatory changes that we need to look at as part of the signs portion.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The whole reason I wanted them to update the UDC to begin with to fix this section, and they did it last. So please, let's do it now.
Okay.
That was the whole reason we first brought up the UDC revision, is because this particular section was needed to be revised, and then we fixed everything else and not this one. So let's do it.
All right. So table 4.2, the use table, reflects the uses permitted with each zone district. Certain uses that are in existence today, such as golf courses, are currently missing from the table. The second challenge, as previously mentioned in a city council meeting, if there is an opportunity to break down some of the uses so that they are not confined to one use. For example, single-family residential attached townhomes, patio homes, duplexes, and multi-unit homes 3 to 4 units has too many uses lumped into one. The third issue consists between off-street parking requirements and the use table. Each of the tables will need to reflect all the listed uses and associated criteria. Currently, the off-street parking table lacks 90% of the uses in the use table.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. I'm just worried about the stable situation again.
I think that's
You
later.
know, I just
Wait
want to
for it.
make sure we're not taking this opportunity to like stop things, like, or change uses, but just clarify and breaking it out. You know?
So what does number 1, so I understand the problem, this is not specified in the UDC, but the UDC is really looking at future development. So what is the challenge that we face by not having retirement community, non-commercial stables, and golf courses listed?
We would have to assume one of the uses, if any of these items were to become as a development, we would have to assume a use in one of the zone districts, since it's not listed in there. So kind of conform to a similar use.
Table 4.2 defines each type of use that can go into each type of zone, whether it's permitted, not permitted, or special use. That if it's not addressed, then typically, as the UDC prescribes, staff and specifically the city manager has to make a determination, which personally speaking, is not always great. So the more clarity we can provide, the better.
I was just trying to look at this and how do you put some limitations around it? Because, I mean, just number one by itself could become expansive if we're looking at how many items could be added to the list. Does that really need to be?
Like, because these are just examples, right? What is the list? Is it 200 long? Like, I mean, who decides how far we have to break it down?
The projected additions aren't that significant because our use table is pretty extensive. We do have a lot of uses in there. If I had to guess, maybe a handful of added uses.
I'm okay with going forward with it. I would say probably a recommendation from staff to carry forward to P&Z instead of just leaving it open-ended to the number of items that could be added to the list.
Legal review, because obviously I feel like you have something to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, I really hesitate. But there's a few ways that cities deal with this, okay? They don't list 1,500 uses in their use chart. They have descriptors that give you other examples of similar uses is one way you can do it within a use. But others just have a process, right? So if I bring forward a use that is not in your use chart, some cities will either say, well, you'll have to amend the use chart, but others will say, have like a SUP process so that it gets individual review and it's determined whether or not that use is appropriate where it's wanting to go based on surrounding uses. So it's very specific to that. So it's like a one-off in that sense. If you don't feel like we don't have to the mayor's point, we don't have a lot still to be built out. So do we really want to add, dozens and dozens of potential uses? Your UD, I don't believe your UDC allows for that right now. I think if it's not in there, I don't think there's a relief valve where you can go get a SUP. Is there? There didn't used to be, so.
What's
Not
an
listed,
SUP?
Special use permit.
Yeah, right, so they can now? If
No,
it's-
no, you're
yeah.
correct.
So, that's just another option that I have cities that do that, so.
Does SUP go to P&Z?
Yes, it goes to P&Z and the city council. It is just like a zoning case, and it runs with the
Hoping
land.
you could fit one more acronym in that question. I was like, or does it go to the ZBOA?
That makes sense in trying to do an all-inclusive list, which will never be all-inclusive.
But is there a particular one that, like, for instance, that causes problems right now that we think will bring like, that is specific to Fair Oaks Ranch, like golf courses? Like, I could see maybe we probably want the golf course in there as a use because we have one.
Golf course for sure. I mean, retirement community, I don't think it has been a problem, but could be. Not a problem with the retirement community, but how it's applied to the use table is not there right now.
I think we go back to your proposal where staff would put the list of 2 or 3 that they think that need to be added and maybe propose a special use permit or something, and we'd be good with that.
I kind of like that
Yeah.
idea.
I think it's better to add a SUP rather than try to include every exhaustive option of
No,
what could
it's
be in a
good
use.
I agree.
Do it that way.
One,
Yeah, you know me.
Have one
That's what I was
that is
thinking.
that is prescribed in table 4.2 as a special use. Yes.
Yes.
What about B and C? What are those things?
so large grouping of uses that needs to be broken out. Is there any other area that was identified except for this, what is it, single-family attached?
There were
As part of-
some other items, I believe, that were broken down. It specifically had to do with, I think it was hotels. There was a certain amount of number of units, and they were kind of separated. They combined them both into one instead of separating the number of units in the hotels. I think that's one that rolls off the top of my head.
So this particular example that you gave, we have one use category that includes single-family, townhomes, patio home, duplex. It's all in one use?
It's all one use.
And you're recommending we break it out and we brought this, we kind of had this come up when we were talking about mixed use and what percentage
Yeah.
of residential
Correct.
versus non, and because all of them were in one big use, it was hard.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm okay with breaking this one out. Yeah. Because that was,
Not a
don't want to
one-si-
have that conversation ever again.
Not a one-size-fit-all.
Yeah, correct.
How about the last one? 90%? Yeah, are you asking to add a column to the table?
This essentially would be combining both tables into one. So you will have your off-street parking requirements in the table 4.2, rather than having it as a separate one.
Oh, yeah.
It's almost like
Oh, yeah.
consolidating it
Yeah,
so that all the
consolidate
uses
it.
are identical.
Right now, it's in a whole different chapter.
Correct.
Just bring it all in there, yeah.
All right, good. Okay, conditional uses. And for the last category, conditional uses are requirements that a specific use must meet in order to be allowed to develop within a specific zone designation. The P and Z determined that the UDC's lack of restrictions for location of park facilities could create issues with close proximity of residential lots. Some of these issues could be machinery noise. Non-commercial stables are keeping of horses by occupants of the premises for hobby or pleasure and not for hire or sales. P&Z and staff agreed that the UDC lacked language and regulations for non-commercial stables. This could create an issue due to to no lot size requirements and could lead to animal facilities located within close proximity of residential lots.
Park thing even a issue? Would it even be an issue?
I'm sorry, what was that, the question?
Park maintenance facility, is there even a potential problem with that?
So if you look at this, this is actually a picture of our park maintenance facility, correct? Or for the golf course.
Oh.
And you can see that that's an existing residential house right there. And that's basically sharing a fence line.
What's the
The
problem?
problem?
Yeah.
In the event that park facilities are located in areas that are close proximity of residents, they could cause issues with excess noise.
If they add,
If they
to their
were to add
facilities.
facilities, correct.
and the golf course is under the park,
It
Ma-
was for an example to demonstrate,
Okay.
but they're not a part of the park. But if the HOA was ever to establish facilities within parks, let's just say they want to build a splash pad. Splash pads usually require a pump house, pumping the water and everything. So that pump house could essentially be located close to a residential lot, and that could create a lot of noise that could essentially disturb residential lots.
Would the setbacks have any requirements in this? So setbacks that are established in the previous chapter, would that have any validity here?
It would depend on where it would be located compared to the park. I couldn't really answer it exactly without the schematic, but
And there would be setbacks,
There would.
yes, but depending on where it was located, that could be as narrow, and
essentially,
I think our smallest setback is what, 10 feet, depending on.
aren't we only talking about 2 parks?
That's kind of what I was getting to, is it, I mean, this seems like a very specific problem. I'm not, do we have an issue with it, or has
It's-
something come up, or?
I mean, currently right now, I don't see an issue right now.
I think they're, like, in the past, I remember the HOA talking about wanting to possibly put a splash pad over in the Boots Park.
There's homes in front of
And there's
Boots.
all sorts of homes right there. So, I mean, I could see where that could potentially be a problem if they ever did want to go forward with that. And there was some strong consideration, if I remember right. So just throwing that out there.
I mean, they typically have a hum to those pumps, so.
So we're really talking about the homes in front of Boots.
I mean, there's also a couple of homes near Vestal, but
Pretty far.
I don't think, I mean, there's really only one that would be real close.
doesn't exist.
Been a problem.
Yeah.
Document that affects the whole city.
Is what you're trying to, what is it that you're wanting to do? Add a little section that says you can't build a pump house too close to a house?
Yes, ma'am. It would be just regulations on where these facilities could be located with restrictions.
I'm okay. I mean,
I'm okay with
I would be
that.
I
fine
wouldn't
with
want
it
a
if it
pump
was
house
just that
next to my
little-
house.
I'm
Yeah.
okay with that,
Yeah.
yeah. Do that.
But it only applies to park maintenance facilities.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, how do we define, I mean, is there like, is it designated, I'm a park maintenance facility? Like, is there a set list? I'm just curious, like,
With the hill country aesthetic.
right, well, that's what I'm saying.
I don't believe it's specified.
Like, is the golf
specifically.
course a park? Like, what do we call a park, you know?
We have parks, I believe it's all the parks throughout the HOA that are responsible for that. So that's what they would follow along. As far as a maintenance facility, a pump house, I would assume would be a maintenance facility because you have to do maintenance on those regularly.
I'd be willing to look at this if we define what park maintenance facility
Right.
means and
Right,
what a
because
park
we-
is.
We
and-
also have trails and like the
Mhm.
little parking area for trails are close to, I don't know, there could be a few more
There
spots.
could
Maybe that's the first step in this. I mean, we can go forward with it. But it's really define what park maintenance facilities are.
And what in our city has been designated as that?
So I believe we're halfway there. There is a definition of a private park and a public park. So we're halfway there. We would just need to further define maintenance facilities of those parks, if that's what I'm hearing.
Private park being within a separate HOA, like a gated neighborhood has their.
Use-
All of the HOA parks are private parks. You have to be
Oh,
a
that's
member
true.
of the
Yeah, yeah.
HOA to go to the park.
We have no public parks.
But if they build something, they have to get a building permit, correct?
Private, yeah.
Or no?
Yeah.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the definition of a private, since you asked, a tract of land presently owned or controlled and used by private or semi-public persons, entities, groups for active and/or passive recreational purposes. So I think we need to look at these definitions as well as the maintenance facility. So if you're okay with that, we can do that.
Yeah, because that includes the golf course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, well, and that's, so I'm thinking, you've driven down Dietz Elkhorn recently, you know, heading towards HEB, and that new little grassy area that was put up that looks park-like.
Park-like, correct.
Yes, like, what would then make it a park?
Correct.
Right, if I stopped my car there and played with my children, would that make it a park? Like,
Right.
you know, because there's that big grassy thing. I know it's not, I don't know if it's in the city, I don't think it is. But if it was, what makes it a park,
Correct.
right? And I've seen kids play there. Yeah.
All right, and the second one was the,
Non-commercial stables.
is this really trying to apply a definition to what non-commercial stables is?
It's also allowing regulations where they can locate these facilities and specifying a specific lot area designated for them as well.
Yeah. I say we don't touch this one.
Well, I know it created an issue before, but really in looking at this, I mean, the whole problem was defined because what is a commercial stable? I think that's what it was all generated from this. And really, you have two ends of a spectrum, and really trying to define what a commercial stable is or a non-commercial stable, if they were opposite, I think, again, you would run into controversy to really define it so that it would fit within the city. Right now, we state that if you have a commercial stable, that you're required to get a special use permit. And so really that provides us the protection of what we need as part of the city. And I think trying to find some further definitions to limit these two, again, you'd probably develop another document. It's about the size of the Unified Development Code to specify them apart. I think it's too much, it's too challenging to find a way to define it.
So I'm looking at this, and we're basically saying, if I have a lot, doesn't matter which size, I could potentially build a stable on it. And I don't have to have a certain lot size, and it could be anywhere on my property. However, most people are in HOAs, which prevent us from doing that. And the ones who aren't, pretty much are all really big lots. So how
Restrictions
much
already
of
in
this
place.
is a problem?
That's what I was getting back to. What, is there a current problem? Is there a problem that we're facing? And really, I think there's been 1 or 2 special use permits that have been submitted. Both were approved for commercial stables that really weren't, in my definition, were not commercial stables. But beyond that, is it a
No.
problem for our city? Is this something we really need to tackle?
And being in the back 40, Scott, I mean, you really feel the need to tell your neighbor where to build a stable? I mean,
Absolutely not. I know that when we put our barn in, we were very respectful. We looked at where it was going and what view would be blocking, and made sure that it met all the required HOA setbacks of which were internal to the HOA, and the thing went up, and we haven't had any problems.
Cross this one off.
So that being said, crossing this one off, because this one is tied to adding the use to the use table as well. So that would be, where is 4.2? Because we are adding
We didn't-
non-commercial stables to 4.2. This would also be eliminating that from the use table as well.
I don't think we agreed to add it. We said we'll take staff's
Yeah, okay.
recommendation on what to add.
Right.
All right. That concludes my presentation.
Get what you needed?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Lee. And that completes our workshop item for tonight. We'll move on to requested announcements. Does any council member have any announcements that you'd like to pass on to the group? I have 2 announcements. Election Day is coming up, November 5th, which is, I think it's 19 days from today. Early voting will start on Monday, the 21st of October, which is next Monday, and runs through the 1st of November. We have voting locations are based on your county of residence. So Kendall County has their own voting locations, Comal has their own, and Bear has their own. For Bear County residents, you will be able to vote right here in this room, in the police training room here at City Hall. I encourage all residents to exercise your right to vote. Also, we have put, Christina Pachocchio put a flyer together that is available outside in the foyer. We've done a lot of distribution of it, but if people would like to get that flyer, if you would like copies of the flyer, I'd be glad to give them to you so you can pass them out to others. And all the flyer does is it identifies the dates and times and locations for early voting and for Election Day. And so it's a general information flyer on voting. That's it. Correct?
You're correct, but it was a team effort with Amanda and communications, Casey. So I want to make sure everybody knows that.
I'd like to say well done.
Yeah, it was.
Honestly, and I saw it on social media, so I think I saw it on Nextdoor already, so thanks for pushing that out.
Second announcement I have is Trunk or Treat. The Fair Oaks Ranch Police Department will be conducting or sponsoring Trunk or Treat again this year. It'll happen on Saturday, October 28th. It'll be 6 to 8 p.m. and it'll be conducted right across the street over here at the Fair Oaks Ranch Elementary School in their parking lot. Saturday, is 26th? 26th? All right, my mistake. It's going to be conducted on Saturday, October 26th, 6 to 8 p.m. at the Fair Oaks Ranch Elementary School. Can join us for the fun, music, and a kid-friendly haunted house. They do have some vendors available that'll be providing barbecue, cereal creations, desserts, and ice cream. And recommend everybody put it on the calendar and come out and join the police department for a fun event. Scott, anything else?
Nothing further.
Does any council member have anything they'd like added to a future agenda? All right, we will go into executive session tonight. Pursuant to Section 551.101 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code, a quorum of the governing body hereby convenes into closed session. And we're going to do this under two portions. First, under Section 551.071, consultation with an attorney, specifically related to discussion related to possible terms and conditions necessary to resolve disputes that have been the subject of ongoing litigation with developed colony known as Bernie Ranch Estates LLC, or also known as Fair Oaks Meadows. We'll also be going into executive session. We'll remain in executive session under Section 551.074, which is personal matters, to perform the annual evaluation of the city manager. Christine, I have the time now is 8:56. We are going into executive session. For the initial one with consultation attorney, I need all of council. I need the city manager, the city attorney, and who else from staff? We're good?
Yes, sir.
You can hear me okay? Christine, I have the time now is 10:30, and we are back in open session. During our time frame in executive session, we had one decision that requires consideration back in open session. And I'd like to make a motion to change the annual base salary of the city manager to $193,000. Could I get a second?
Second.
Keith? Any other further discussion from council? With a motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Christina, is there anything else that we need tonight? Anything that we missed or
No, sir.
they need to cover? And Scott, anything from your perspective?
Sure.
Good meeting. I appreciate everybody's participation and all that we got done tonight. Christina, I have the time now is 10:31, and we are adjourned.